of Toxicology, WASOT. He was a former federal director, National Center for Energy and Environment under the Energy Commission of Nigeria. He also was a two-term Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Benin, currently a visiting professor, Lancaster University, United Kingdom. He is a member, African Union Scientific Research and Innovation Council, ASRIC, also a member, Technical Working Groups for the Development of the Nigeria Agenda 2050, and member, Medium-Term National Development Plan, and member, Medium-Term National Development Plan 2021 to 2025 of the Federal Government of Nigeria. Our distinguished Vice Chancellor is a pioneer and current President and Chairman of Council, Institute of Environmental Practitioners of Nigeria, and currently sits as the Chair, Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities. Also with us here today is a member, Igbinedion University Okada Governing Council, Professor A.T. Mora, MNI. We have with us our very esteemed guest speaker, Professor Martins Ochubiojo Emeje, who is the Director General. Our guest speaker is the Director General and Chief Executive, Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. Permit me at this point to also recognize the presence of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Igbinedion University, Okada, Professor Raphael Igbinosa Adege. Our Deputy Vice Chancellor is a fellow, Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, fellow, Association of National Accountants of Nigeria, fellow, Institute of Cost Management. In our midst also is the Registrar and Secretary to the Governing Council of the University, Friday Benji Bakare. The Registrar is a former Senior Deputy Registrar, Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna. In our midst also is the University Librarian, Professor Lucky Tijani Abdusalami. I would also like to recognize the presence of the Deans of Schools and Colleges, the Dean, School of Postgraduate Studies and Research, and the immediate past Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Deborah Omosefe Odejimi. We also have with us today the Dean, School of Basic Clinical Sciences, Professor Taiwo Balogun. We have also the Dean, School of Clinical Medicine, Dr. Dayo Eboreme Oike. Recognizing now the Dean, School of Basic Medical Sciences and Director, Center for Climate Change and SDG, Professor Spencer Nwango. The Dean, Sanusi Lamido Sanusi College of Business and Management Studies, Professor Sunday Agwamba. The Dean, Obairidawa College of Law, Professor O.G. Izebua. It is good to know that law students are here. The Dean, Dr. Akwili College of Pharmacy, and also the Director, Directorate of Research, Innovation and Grants, Professor Adebayo Bolade. The Dean, General Salami Abubakar College of Engineering, Professor Roland Aziki. The Dean, Oba Adeye Enito Ogunwusi Ojaja II College of Natural and Applied Sciences, Professor Lonji Anyao. The Dean, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan College of Arts and Social Sciences, Professor Mrs. Blessing Oligbi. I would also like to recognize the presence of the Dean, Students Affairs Division, Professor Charles Ochem. Thank you very much. I recognize the Director, Center for Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer, IPTTO, Professor Charity Emaviwe. The Director, Benin City Window on America, and the Head of Department Biochemistry, Professor Georgina Erifeta. The Director, Dr. David Osunde Center for Entrepreneurship, Dr. Mary Josiah. The Director, Alumni and Advancement Center, Dr. Daniel Igbinedion. The Director, Center for Linkages and the Director, Center for Leadership and Governance, Professor Joseph Mwanzi. Recognizing I'm the Director, JUPEP, Professor Sunday Josiah. I also want to recognize all heads of units here present and also members of the University Senate here present. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I also like to recognize the members of the press here present. In no mean feat, I would like to recognize the presence of students of Igbinedion Staff School. Please, can we put our hands together for them? My name is Alexander Ojobane Ogbaje, the Communication Manager, Public and External Relations Unit, Office of the Vice Chancellor. It is my pleasure. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you once again to this event today. Please put your hands together for yourselves. At this point, I would like to invite to the microphone for his welcome address, the Director, Directorate of Research, Innovation and Grants, Professor Adeboyo Bolade. Please, can we put our hands together for him?
Good afternoon, sirs. Distinguished members of the high table, led by the Deputy Chancellor, my amiable Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, the University Librarian, the guest speaker for today, Professor Meje, Professor Mora, and the University Librarian, and the University Registrar. The Innovation Day is a special university event powered by the Directorate of Research, Innovation and Grants of the university. It is an annual event of the university approved by the Governing Council of the university and supported by the university management, led by our amiable Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu Ezemoye. We've had 2 editions so far. The program actually started in 2023. So this edition is the 3rd edition that is coming up this year, 2025. This program is usually characterized by guest lectures on topics centered around innovation, as well as exhibition, and in some cases, awards of research excellence to deserving lecturers. Today's event is to celebrate, once again, our great university, Igbinedion University, Okada. The University Research House Committee, as well as other arms of the university that have worked together to package this program, are well appreciated for their cooperation and for their efforts. Our employer, Igbinedion University Okada, is deeply appreciated for approving this annual program, as well as the university management for their support every year. We very much appreciate our guest speaker, Professor Martins Emeje, the Director General, Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, who has kindly accepted to speak on this occasion. When we are thinking of who the guest minister would be, a member of our committee just mentioned his name. And right there and then, we made the contact. And to God be the glory, Professor MJ graciously accepted to be here in Okada. Thank you, respectable DG, for accepting to come. This is Okada, a very quiet place, unlike Lagos. I'm sure you will enjoy your stay here, and you have a lot of story to tell when you get back to Lagos. Mr. DG, once again, it's nice to have you around. You are warmly welcome. So I'm sure you will have a lot to take back home, and we certainly look forward to coming here again. The exhibition of today is going to be powered by some companies outside, some pharmaceutical companies, and some university-based companies. Their products are already outside, already on display. So we say a big thank you to them all for accepting to honor this program. Our Directorate of Research, Innovation and Grants has continued to forge ahead on fulfilling its mandate under the guidance of our Vice Chancellor, and we trust we'll be there soon. We see this opportunity to welcome everyone in this auditorium to this wonderful moment, and trust you will leave with a takeaway. Do have a great day. Thank you, and enjoy yourself.
Please, can we give him a round of applause? It is my pleasure to inform the House that our esteemed guest speaker was not alone in his journey. He was accompanied by pharmacist Bibino Daniel Sule, the special senior technical assistant to the director. Please, can we appreciate him? I would also want to recognize the presence of a member of the Department of State Security, Ahmed Rufai. Please, can we give him a round of applause? I want to recognize and thank the board chairman, Igbinedion University Staff School, for the presence of her students. Thank you so much for the presence of your student. They actually added a lot of color to the event here today. Thank you so kindly, Professor Uche Ebozegwe. Thank you. At this point in time, I would like to invite to the microphone our own father, our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ikechukwu. You can do better than that, please. You can do better than that.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Please be seated. Your Excellency, the Deputy Chancellor, His Excellency, Chief Lucky Igbinedion. On the latter board, Your Excellency, we have been listening to various applause that comes with the names of various lecturers. That's an indication that the reporter of the students that we have here are from the Faculty of Law, and they've always obliged this university. So I was telling His Excellency that any lecturer or dean that is angry, flood the place next time with your students. Yeah, it's on this note that I would like to, on behalf of the university management, welcome all of us to today's event. Your Excellency, our guest speaker, members of council here present, principal officers, provosts, and directors, very esteemed staff and students of Igbinedion University. Are you? You really did not say it like you mean it. Are you? It is with immense gratitude to Almighty God and so much pleasure and butterflies in my stomach that I welcome us to this very special occasion, our Innovation Day. Today is just not an ordinary day. It's a day that is very peculiar and specific and of great import to our own university calendar. It is a vibrant testament of the spirit of inquiry and creativity upon which the motto and vision of this university resides. Today's activity is an opportunity for revelations of novel solutions and boundless creative activities that have gone on in this university for the last 26 years. It's on this note I want to especially thank God for the life of our Honorable Chancellor, His Excellency, Chief Sir Dr. Gabriel Igbinedion, CFR, that is somehow Benin Kingdom. Who years ago
My name is Arinza from Medical Lab Science Department.
visualized and put in motion
Are you Shineko?
establishment
Okay. So I'm here on
private,
behalf of
first
one of
private university
my senior colleagues, a professor
country.
who submitted his letter came to the
And
VC's
when you
office
talk about impactful vision,
around. Let
it
me
is
check.
one that can be used
I
as
just came
a
to
memorable example.
just confirm that the
26 years ago, it was
letter
one
was
university.
received, and also
Today, we are talking about
if there's
150
anything the Vice Chancellor has submitted on the letter.
private university
So I
coming
confirm that the
after
letter
the
left
use of His Excellency,
our Dean's office on
Dr.
10th of
Gabriel
April
Igbinedion.
and left the Provost's office on 15th of April to the
I'd
VC's
like to
office.
mention that his courage and
So the
determination,
letter,
not
this is a
Chelsea,
letter because he's a
but the total
part-time student.
resolve
So he's trying, he wants the
private sector incursion into
university
education
to
has
recognize
become
his
a
present status as a
transformatory
professor.
landmark in our country. Today, what was described as a one-man's dream has now become the treasure of the whole world.
Okay, like you know the particular one I'm talking about. I know this is your.
His Excellency, our founder, is here ably represented by the Deputy Chancellor. As you all know, the Deputy Chancellor has always remained
Okay.
a factor
Okay, for
of
registrar to advise.
this university, providing the compass for growth and advancement. Sir, we know how tight your schedule is, Your Excellency, Deputy Chancellor, but you find time always to be with us, not only at crucial moments, critical moments, but even at times of joy and when we needed you most. And today you have
So I
shown
should
us
check the register next week. Okay.
I would like to also acknowledge the presence
right.
of Honorable Victor Naama, a consultant of this university that has rendered selfless services to this university. Please, I welcome you to our meeting. Thank you. Thank you for all you are doing for us. Your Excellency, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I similarly want to welcome with so much gratitude the guest speaker for today's Founders Day lecture. He's a professor, an academic guru in himself, Martin Semeje, the Director General and Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, not only for accepting, but for coming at a time when we need you most. And I'll tell you why, sir. A few months ago, this university set up a research committee, a research team, to start the screening of plants in this vicinity for herbal potentials. And so when they mentioned that the DG in charge of the domain where we are searching for knowledge is coming, we were so happy to have you in our midst. We will not only make our DG a permanent consultant to that research team, but yes, but I want to take advantage of my eavesdropping in this conversation you had with Professor Mora in my office to say that we would like to use your laboratory for all our synthesis. I want to heartily welcome all the participants and those who will be exhibiting their products today, and our feature leaders from the IUSS and the various departments that are here, the law faculty and other faculties. I also use law faculty as a point of contact. Please give yourself another round of applause. I'm sure you all want to know that the institution of the IUO Innovation Day, which holds on the 9th of May each year, is a deliberate effort to recognize creativity as the engine of progress, and it's essential for survival and the thriving of a rapid growing university and rapid growing world. But beyond that, it is also designed to herald the university's anniversary celebration, which comes off 10th of May every year. So, Your Excellency, distinguished guest speaker, hear it and hear it loud. Tomorrow, 10th of May, this university will be 26 years old in existence and still counting. IUO Innovation Day is not just geared towards showcasing the research and innovation exploration of our great university. It provides a platform for corporate bodies and individuals to exhibit their products and innovation to the audience like we've seen today. It is also our expectation that the participation of exhibitors will culminate in the establishment of mutual partnership and research collaboration with our university. Innovation and creativity provides fresh impetus and perspective, and it will provide novel solutions to complex challenges that we face in the world today. And so, activities of this nature and the core of this nature provide solutions that we need in the ever-changing world. Some of the innovative products of this university, I need to mention a few of them. Hear it and hear it loud, like I said. This university, through the faculty of the College of Engineering, has produced a shredder, a mechanical recycling shredder for breaking down plastic paper waste into small bits. The same college has produced the gasifier plant for converting plastic and wood waste into synthesis gas, another novelty. We also produced a smart meter, which is developed by an engineering student, I hope he's here. They're going fine-tuning and have received attention for 2 international collaborators. Let me also mention that the College of Engineering is currently working on a pyrolysis, heating plastics in the absence of oxygen, produce fuel and chemical feedbacks. But beyond that, beyond engineering, of note and great reputation going on in the College of Pharmacy. I present to you this morning the pink-coated tablet here is a naturally sweetened vitamin C produced by the College of Pharmacy. And the white tablets you are seeing here are paracetamol produced by the College of Pharmacy. I would like to use this opportunity to mention that partnership and collaboration, which is the hallmark of integration in any university, holds its way in this university. The tableting machine that is producing these tablets was donated to this university by a pharmaceutical term, Daily Needs. And what happened was when our team, led by Professor Mora, visited them with our pharmacy students, and they obliged us with the tableting machine. And those machines have been put to functional use, and the donors are very happy. In terms of our research effort beyond pharmacy, still within the pharmaceutical realm, we have a staff that is also researching in antimicrobial resistance, which is now a topical issue world over. I don't know if Dr. Christiana is here. She's already been invited for another fellowship in Spain. She has been there twice, and she's the leading researcher in Nigeria in antimicrobial science. I'd like to also mention that our university is among the consortium of 9 universities in the world that gained or that has the Erasmus EU Swan project. This project is a capacity building project for sustainable maintenance, management of plastic waste world over. And our university is one of the 9 universities in the EU project. And this project is worth 800,000 euros. Our university will continue, as I said, to thrive in research and development, but not only with research and development. We shall also go into the realms of demonstration and finally deploying and upscaling this research program. And that reminds me, Your Excellency and our guest speaker, about the 12th of June this year, the DG of Okada will be coming to our university, and the discussion will center around commercialization of research programs from universities, and we tend to thank you. Going forward, Your Excellency, Igbinedion University remains steadfast in its commitment to fostering a vibrant culture of innovation, and we tend to remain on that footing. I would like, at this point, to invite Your Excellencies, very distinguished members who are here, to listen attentively to the presentation of our guest speaker, while on behalf of His Excellency, we do permission formally declare today's innovation lecture open for this.
Thank you very much. I believe we can do better than that. At this point, I will like to invite microphone for the citation of the guest speaker, Martin Emeje, the university orator and the dean of Bayeridia College of Law, Professor O.G. Izebua.
Thank you, sir. May I respectfully crave the indulgence of our Deputy Chancellor to read the citation of Professor Martin Emeje, PhD, FAAS, Director General, Chief Executive, Nigeria Natural Medicine Development Agency, a guest speaker on the occasion of the Igbinedion University Innovation Day, holding today, Friday, the 9th of May, 2025, at the Library Complex. Chairman, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is often said that good education harnesses the potentials and innate ability of each individual, transforms the individual into a vessel of transformation and development of a society. This transformation resonates more profoundly with the overarching achievement of Professor Martin Emeje, PhD, and a fellow of American Autonomic Society. Mr. Chairman, sir, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a fact, election as a fellow of American Autonomic Society, FAAS, recognizes individual chemical, scientific, and professional establishment and volunteer leadership and service. Martin Emeje is a distinguished professor of drug delivery and nanomedicine, a holder of a Bachelor of Pharmacy with a distinction from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria. Masters of Pharmacy and PhD from the University of Nigeria, where he received the Best PhD Award and was enlisted in the UN Phases of Research. He started his professional research career about 20 years ago when he was hired as a junior research fellow in the Department of Pharmaceutical Technology and Raw Material Development, National Institute of Pharmaceutical Research and Development, where he rose through the rank to the position of a research professor within 10 years for over 15 years. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Meji focused on creating an understanding of the molecular behavior of polymeric material and the compaction properties of pharmaceutical powders, excipient and active pharmaceutical ingredients, including the physiomechanical properties of drugs formulation using this substance. The outcome of his research made him discover a wide array of natural occurring raw materials that could be harnessed as excipients suitable as carriers in drug delivery. And the outcome further generated his interest in pharmaceutical nanotechnology and nanomedicine. Professor Meji is a recipient of many fellowships, awards, and grants all over the world, including the prestigious Roman Fellowship, Research Scholar, American Chemical Society, American Society for Tropical Medicine and Hygiene, Society of Ethnobiology, West Africa Health Research Network. I can go on and on, sir. Professor Meji had specialized postdoctoral training in molecular and cell biology and nanoscience at Tebso University and National Laboratory, respectively, in India. Professor Martins, as often called by his peers, is also a graduate of project management from Walden University. He obtained a professional teaching qualification from Abu Zaria, where he equally graduated as the overall best graduating student within winning 9 prizes. And of course, an automatic scholarship. Hear this, Mr. Chairman, distinguished gentlemen. Professor Meji has been cited more than 2,000 times by colleagues across the globe and has over 150 publications, including media mention, patent and trademark. He's an external examiner to universities in Nigeria, Ghana, and India. Professor Meji is a principal investigator of several foreign grants, including $11.6 million for the development of anti-malaria, diabetes, and tuberculosis drug from Nigeria Medicine Plant, and the establishment of the first nanomedicine center in Nigeria. He also won an American Cancer Society grant for the development of oral morphine solution, as well as a 2022 Royal Society grant on supramolecular investigation of medicinal plants. His work on phytomedicine in these areas produced listed NAFDAC drugs, and they are currently available in the markets. Also, his work in application of nanotechnology in drugs delivery won World Health Organization Innovation Award in Addis Ababa. Professor Meji was one of the 8 finalists and the only Nigerian whose innovation for the advancement in health was selected by Emory University, facilitated by consortium. He is a part of an international team of scientists from 23 countries who won a European grant on developing natural products for use in combating antimicrobial resistance. Again, Professor Emeji's team also won World Health Organization grant for developing a novel product from Nigeria Natural Resources for the management of sickle cell diseases. Mr. Chairman, sir, very distinguished Professor Emeji, who Google Scholar High Index value is greater than 20, is one of the outstanding academic researcher and pharmaceutical development expert in Nigeria. Professor Emeji, who was named the Vice Chancellor, European University of Nigeria, and was in October 2022 elected as a fellow of the only continental academy in Africa, enjoying the support and recognition of the African Union, Africa Academy of Science, was planning to withdraw service from the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Research Development, NIPROD, in September 2023, before his current appointment as the Substantive Director General, Chief Executive, Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. Mr. Chairman, sir, the deed of our guest lecturer is so numerous that we cannot stand and recount them here. It is on this call, Mr. Chairman, I wish to invite with honor and pride to the podium Professor of Repute, a cerebral personality of distinction, to deliver his lecture.
Yes, so thank you. I'm a top government functionary and I know how to do protocols. I will do a short protocol. Your Excellency, the former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Igbinedion, and Deputy Chancellor of the University, Professor Ahmed T. Mora, member of the Governing Council of Igbinedion University, the Vice Chancellor of Igbinedion University, Professor Eze Moye, all principal officers of the university who are here present, deans of the faculties of the university, heads of departments that are here present, members of the student union government of the Igbinedion University, men and women of the fourth estate of the realm. So here present, we call them the media, ladies and gentlemen. I'm privileged to be here. It is my first time in Okada. And one of the things that caught my attention, even though I know it in the books, was on my way to Okada, there were palm trees everywhere. And I said, today, I'm going to ask the university what you have done with the palm trees. Let me declare a conflict of interest. Not a conflict of interest, maybe a warning. If you watch films, there's usually a warning slide. If you are below 18 years or 13 years or whatever, depending on the kind of film, you are advised not to watch it. And you are expected to put parental controls if you are a parent. Please, if you are here and your mind is not that of the mind of an adult, I will encourage you not to listen to me. Your Excellency, sir, if you are here and you don't have an academic mind, please don't listen to me. Anything I say is purely academic for the purpose of this interaction for which I've been invited. If it coincidentally refers to you, I don't know you. It's my first time in Okada. Nobody told me. I'm a village man. I was born in the village. I wasn't born in the hospital. My mother gave birth to me on her way to the farm. There is no hospital in my village, and it is verifiable. My village is called Agaliga in Kogi State, or Lamaboro local government. In other words, those that delivered me are the village doctors, native doctors who use natural medicine. They delivered me and they took care of me. I grew up and I went to town to join those that were born or delivered in specialist hospitals, in teaching hospitals. Professor Mora was my lecturer. He taught me 4 years in the university. And he will attest to the fact that I was the best student of my class. I also got the best PhD. If that was in the North, I left the North and went to University of Nigeria, Nsukka, for my PhD, where I got the best PhD. The reason I have said this short story is, even though I was born in the village, not in the hospital, even though my mother gave birth to me on her way to the farm, like I can see in Okada village, even though I was not given any vaccination against anything, I went to school to beat all of them who did vaccination. Please follow me carefully. The vaccination I got is called natural vaccination. There are a lot of natural vaccinations in your environment. I can see them. I can feel them. Your Excellency said you have natural brain. You are right, Your Excellency. Everything in me is natural because I was born natural. I did not drink cow milk. Now, when you go to any university anywhere in the world, the universities that are happening, check around them. They have innovatively converted their environment into useful products and services for themselves, for the environment, for their country, and for humankind. If you go to the medical compound of Harvard, that's what you will see. So the first is, what about our environment? Because usually, it is difficult to finish your presentation on time and you miss those that you should acknowledge. I start my presentations with acknowledgement. So I'd like to acknowledge the letter I got from the Vice Chancellor to be here today, so I did not get crashed. I'd like to thank all the staff I work with today at the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. Those are the people you are seeing here. I'd like to thank my students, some of my students across the world that make me shine, because I exist and shine because they exist and work. Okay, so let's see if we can quickly use 30 minutes instead of the 40 minutes I've been given to. Yeah, so now there's something called African Continental Free Trade Area. The summary of AFTA is that there will be boundlessness. There will be bound when it comes to trade. That is all. Another thing is that if you don't have anything to sell, sorry for you. If you don't have anything to sell, those that have things to sell will sell to you. In other words, you are the market. That's the summary of AFTA. So, as we move on, please ask yourself, Igbinedion University, what do you have to sell? In 2019, South Africa launched a new affiliate center for their own. The focal point of the dialogue was very clear. Let us melt the boundaries of the physical, digital, and biological worlds. Okay, so I will ask again, do you have boundaries here? If you have boundaries, please, those of us who are here today, when you go back, tell your deans, tell your heads of departments, tell your professors or your lecturers that they are living in the past. No more boundaries in research. No boundaries. You are a lawyer? Nah. You are just a lawyer because you are studying law or because you studied law. When you finish law, you may not go to any court. Find out there are so many persons who studied law, but they never entered any court of law. In fact, many of them are patent attorneys. Okay, so boundaries dissolve boundaries. I studied pharmacy. I'm a pharmacist. When I went for postdoctoral fellowship, my postdoctoral fellowship was no longer in pharmacy. My postdoctoral fellowship was in cell and biological sciences. So, in modern research, boundaries are gone. Look at your country, Nigeria. What and where do you think we are in innovation? When we say innovation, the biggest error many of us make is to think that innovation means the use of artificial intelligence, or that innovation means you have to use cell or tissue culture, or that innovation means, oh, that science, that research that you have to go to Mars to go do. No. Well, we'll see quickly what innovation is. But the summary, if we leave now, the summary, when you do a new thing that has added value, when you get a new product, even if it existed before, but has an added value, when you do a study that has given a new service, you have done what we call innovation, and you have changed the course of nature because you have added value. Take, for example, this hall. if we do away with the hard copy air conditioners that are standing here, because some people in this university, some students went into a research and they could provide air conditioning in this hall without these hard copy air conditioners. They did not make ACs. AC already exists, but they did something. They have increased the value of the space of this room. So efficiency increases. They will reduce costs because we no longer need to buy all these hard equipment. That is innovation. That is incremental value to what already exists. So there are a lot of innovation that we can do right here, even in the university, that if you look up and you see that there are a lot of pantries, and that we know pharmaceutically that glycerin is a major product of pharmaceutical sciences. It means that Igbinedion University does not need to buy glycerin. If you are still buying glycerin in pharmacy here or in chemistry, it means you have not started looking at innovation, because the innovation you are thinking about is the one that you want to go to America and Germany to do, which is a big problem that we have as a people. We think until we go to Germany. By the way, Professor Mora, and I'm sorry I'm going to be referring to him because he taught me, like I said, for 4 years. He knows that when he was our lecturer in ABU Zaria, in my class, there were at least students from 7 different countries. India, Ghana, Cameroon, Pakistan, Bangladesh, white colored people were students in our class. I hope you know what I mean. So if early stage entrepreneurial activity in Africa, 13% higher than the global average, that's what statistics show. And I deliberately did not show that of our country, because I'm not here to discourage anybody. I'm actually here to tell us what we should do, looking at our own environment, because for every environment, what you need is in that environment. What you need, see, our needs are not the needs of Americans. That's why university is a solution finding. See, university is not to train you to go abroad. You know, we look at university now as a place to train Gen Zs or younger people to Japa. Okay, see, you see Japa. Japa is only a evidence of colonialism. You know, the reason I'm speaking to you in this language is because I was colonized. The reason you understand me, you are listening to me, is because you are all products of colonialism. Okay? Now, the problem is not with the colonialism, because we are not the only country that was colonized. Even the America that is the most, that is the strongest country in whatever definition today, was colonized. Okay? The problem with our own colonialism is that after the colonial masters left, we allow our brain to follow them. So you are left behind as carcass without your own brain. Your Excellency, this is an academic hall, so we can see anything. See, if you have ever, any faculty here who has ever won a fellowship, and I'm happy someone is going to Spain. I thought you mentioned Spain. Okay. And I'm happy someone is going to Spain. You see, if you were going as a student, whoever that faculty is, if you were going as a student, you spend the first 9 months to learn Spanish.
Nobody will teach you in the class until you have learned Spanish and you write exam and you pass that Spanish language. Then you will be allowed to start your program. That's how it happens. So, what does that tell you? It tells you that education is not English. But you know, if we were to do a survey here in this hall, that I don't know the language here, if it is Esa, in this Okada, what is the language? It's called Edo language. Okay, Bini, if we were to do a survey here now and to ask people seated here, a Bini man who speaks Bini language but does not understand how to speak or write in English, is he literate or illiterate? Most, you see people say he's illiterate. You see what our illiteracy is costing us, because we are the true illiterates. Those of us who speak this English, who have gone to the university, we are the true illiterates, but we call the real literate people of our village, we call them the illiterates. That's a huge issue that is militating against our development. Yes, and I'm linking it up with natural medicine. You see, the traditional medical practitioners, for example, in Nigeria, more than 98% of them do not speak English, but they have solution to the things that allopathic or foreign medicines don't have the solutions. In fact, many of us, when we hear the word native doctor, you start thinking of voodooism, juju, and fetish, and all of that. You don't know that those of us who study pharmacy and medicine in the university, like they are training them here in Nigeria, they are actually native doctors of those countries where the thing came from. They are their own native doctors that have come here to tell you that your own native doctor is not good. And because you have allowed your brain to be pauperized, you agree. So you feel inferior. You feel inferior. And this cut across everywhere. Even as lecturer, you see many of your lecturers here, the things they teach in class, they have not seen them before. They only read it inside textbook. Yes. Yes. Once I organized the use of FTIR for lecturers of Nigerian universities, the whole country, they call them lady chemists. Okay, so you know that's not what brought me. But look at Africa Digital Revolution. In Africa Digital Revolution today, 3 towns, Lagos, Nairobi, and Cape Town, are essential. I am in Lagos. Maybe we'll talk about it. But okay, so innovation for development resides on policy, regulation. It resides on finance, infrastructure, education, and good. Take notes. So because there's no time, I'm not going to dwell on it, but I want everybody to take note of unrestrained collaboration. Unrestrained collaboration is one of the reasons why Harvard University has taken the president of their country to court. I want to know if Igbinedion University is ready to take the president to court when the president says, don't do this. Thank you. This is a result of collaboration. You know, when they were reading my citation, there are only 2 or 3 places I smiled. I smiled because those were the times I was ready to die. Even though my father scolded me and rebuked me strongly for saying that, but that was the truth. At the point those things happened to me, young as I was then, I was actually ready to die and be happy dying. Yeah, so this collaboration resulted in this grant, a grant of 11.6 million US, which is the single biggest grant that any scientist has attracted to this country so far in this area. And it is specifically for tuberculosis, diabetes, and malaria from our own medicinal plan. You see, anybody who is a scientist faculties or researchers who are conversant with grant will tell you that one of the most difficult areas to get grant is in the area of natural product research, because they don't want you to get the grant. Can't we see? You see, Your Excellency. Okay, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You know, you don't keep big people anyhow. Okay. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm happy. See, you know, Your Excellency, if you do a survey, do survey of your medical doctors and see the one you train from here and see how many of them are in Nigeria. Jakpa, why are they going? You are chairman of vice chancellors of Nigerian universities. Why do you think our doctors, pharmacists, nurses, medical, why are they going? I thought our educational system in Nigeria is not good. So I thought our educational system is not, I thought we are not good. Why are developed countries looking for products that are not good? Hi. Oh, I wish we can think. You know, if you go to Badagry, they will show you how trade entered Nigeria through Lagos and Badagry. They will show you how our people, that the Oyibos, when they came, they showed them something. Then our people will be seeing themselves inside that thing. It is called mirror. So our people say, hey, this thing can show you. Then they'll say, before we give you this thing, give us your brother. That's a summary of the history of slavery. Please, for your information, that was slavery at that time. You see, the one we are doing now is worse than that one. Because that one, when you told your brother or sister, it was by force, they did not to go. See the one now. Plus the children, plus their parents, to do giving in the church because they have got visa to Jakpa. Modern voluntary slavery. Anything that you do voluntarily, anything that is done voluntarily, nobody can change your mind about it. Parents that did not want their children to marry somebody, and you will understand what I'm saying. When it is voluntary, the person is ready to die. No going back. No going back. That is where we are now. So that's how we got this grant. One of the things that we have done, Your Excellency, my VC, with this grant is that I took a deliberate decision that we're going to train best graduating Nigerian students. Reason, it is not because others are not good, but because if you want to show evidence as scientists that it can be done and that it will have useful output, you don't do all samples together. You take manageable samples, right? So we pick that group. And that's where we are today. Coincidentally, and I always tell people, God still rules in the affairs of man. I do not know why 2 weeks after my visit to Bayelsa State, I went with my colleague here because the government of Bayelsa State had requested the Niger Delta University that they wanted to start a natural medicine institute. And so we went to help them do that. And I was approached by the university to come for this. I actually didn't hesitate. Yes, I did not hesitate because even though I had a public institution, a government institution, they struggle to salvage the country. It's not a public struggle. It is a struggle for all of us. Whether you are in PDP, APC, LUP, done something, anything, we are all Nigerians. First of all, we are Nigerians. Like you can see, I'm a man by structure. And I have mark that shows that I come from one part of Nigeria. And I have said that I belong to one of the colonially imported religions. Therefore, I am first a human being before those characterizations, because it would have been possible for me to be a Benin man. It would have been possible for me to be a Muslim. And it would have been possible for me not to have mark. So everything I have described are things that just came after I have become a human being, right? So that is how we do. And that is how, when I got this, I said, why am I getting invitation to go to this university when something spectacular from a product of this university had happened in my agency? And I'll show you. Okay, so I could tell you too that some of the part of the things that has happened is that we now got all of those grants and all of that and all of that. Now, if you go to the internet, you will see this news by the News Agency of Nigeria that the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency graduated a set of first-class students, first class from their universities, who were recruited pharmacists. Because after pharmacy, you spend 1 year for training to become a professional. And those that we just graduated, we also put them through a lot of innovative project development. It is no longer the university where you read to write exam to pass. No. Here, you must do project that will result in something that will touch the life of people in the community. If you do it successfully, we give you an award and declare you the best graduate trainee. And last month, when we graduated our first set, our best graduate trainee is pharmacist Barakat Murtala, a graduate of this university. That's your, see, she was your student, this lady. Yes. And the person you see standing, you can see me, but you don't know the third person. That is the representative of the Honorable Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, who came to present the award to her. Yes, and it was for an innovative delivery of a project that I will not tell you. Okay, so let's go on. Okay, so I'll quickly go on now. Now, Your Excellency, VC, council members, faculties, we must, it's a must, refine. We must refine. Even if Igbinedion University is the best, you still need refining. Everybody will always need refining. But we must refine on the basis for further development. One of the problems we have currently is weak MSc and PhDs. Yes. Even here, some of your MSc and PhDs are weak. And you can give reasons. So I'm not here to tell you that you don't have justification, especially faculties, because some of you are already gossiping me in your mind. So I know those challenges. But you see, in the midst of those challenges, you can be innovative. You see, if there are no challenges, there will be no innovation. You can't innovate anything if you don't have challenges. So the moment you are just doing things, going, you are not innovating anything, you are doing what other people have done. Effect of ethanolic extract of pantry on the GIT, another person, effect of methanolic extract, another person, effect of petroleum heater, another person, effect of ginger on the stomach pain. We know now. So, but we can do something about it. Let me tell you. Let me tell you how we do it. And this is one of the things that make university special. When I was VC for just 1 year, I was going to clash with the National Universities Commission because I was not going to obey that you have to be professor or PhD to teach every course. No. You can be a person who's never gone to school. Look, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Look, let me tell you. You must agree with me. In this hall where we are seated now, in this hall where we are seated, all of us seated here, who is the best professor of political science? Who in this hall? Eh? Can anybody? Who said so? Thank you. Clap for her. But if you want to employ him to teach in the university, they will tell you he does not have PhD. He's not a professor. Meanwhile, the people who read up pole science, who are professors of pole science, they will sit down like this. They will say something. This man will say something. They will lose election. He will win election. Who is the political science? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? This thing. What are we talking about? So, see, don't clap from you because I'm not saying it for you to. I'm very serious. I'm very, very serious. See, in my faculty of pharmacy, if I had continued that BC job, you people would have heard that there's one BC that even though he was in private university, they have said they should go and close down that university. Because I said, for you to be a lecturer in pharmacy, you must know the drugs that are in the pharmacy outside there. You must own a pharmacy. You are working, you are the owner of pharmacy. You will be our lecturer. For you to be a lawyer, dean of law. I don't know who is dean of law. Okay, for you to be for you to teach law, you must go to court. Don't come and read any book and tell me about those colonial, this thing, where you are still wearing wig when the people that colonize you are not wearing wig again. Where, see, it's innovation I'm talking about. Where is our court? I went to court for an expert opinion on a drug overdose. And when I speak, judge will say, Professor, calm down now. I say, sorry, my lord, but I'm slow. He said, no, I have to write it. I did not know. I never knew. He said he has to write it. They know they use computer. But people that colonize you, they are using AI. Innovation does not mean that you should make the sun become the moon. Oh. Innovation means that when we come to that place, if we are supposed to line up on queue to pay our school fees, and it will take a student 1 hour to line up and pay, you have done an innovation that within 2 minutes, using fintech, you can pay your school fees. And you don't need to go anywhere. Innovation. So, our projects. And look, teach faculties. It is not, nobody should make you as a lecturer think that your student's project cannot be an innovation. Oh. Let me tell you, your student can be more intelligent than you. It's not a sin. It's not a sin. Are you God? The reason you are a lecturer is because you were born before that person. If you were not born before that person, you went to school before that person. It is not, you are not more intelligent. There are many students that are more intelligent than their lecturers. So if you are a smart, innovative lecturer, you will grab that student and grab your student from this university. Within 1 year, we have a product to be patented. Yes, and it does not belong to you, Your Excellence. You know, so I will not waste time again on what is innovation. But let's look at it, and that is why we talk about why does it matter. I'm sure I have summarized all of these. Okay, so you are the reason I put this. Now, if you go to my own village up till now, they still do palm oil like this. They still do palm oil. This is an opportunity waiting to explode in this. This is an opportunity. Because when I was coming, when we entered the road going to Okada here, we're coming by the right, I saw some women who were doing like this, who were still doing like this in this Okada. How do you think? You know, now everybody respects the family of Igbinedion because of what they have done. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. You are right. But one of the things they have done to this community is this investing, right? Why don't you wow the people of this community by telling them how to do this thing better? Oh, clap for yourself. Okay, so that means you have succeeded in step 1. It is called basic research. The next step is called development. There's a huge wall of difference between research and development. At our agency, and what we are telling the world now is research for development and not research and development. You have to research for development, not research and development. So we want to know, we will see this technology out there being used. That is the development part of it. And you do not have to do it, VC. That is where collaboration, partnership, and all of that comes to play. Okay, so let's not waste time on that. But that is innovation. You have done innovative research, waiting for innovative development. Okay? Okay, you can help me move it. Okay, now I'll just tell you briefly about this. Okay, I won't waste time on this. But all of you who have had malaria before and you went to what we call the modern hospitals, you would have been given a drug that we call artemisinin combination drugs, like Coartem, Lona, those things. They were all synthesized in the labs. Artemisinin, for example, was synthesized from a plant called Artemisia annua. We grow them all over Nigeria now. See the number of plants I have listed here. There are 23. All of them are better than Artemisia annua, and all of them are Nigerian plants. From north to south to east to west, including Edo State. And that's why we have, yes, please, can you go back one? That's why we have developed these three, that's why we have developed these 3 products. 2 anti-malarials and 1 anti-HIV. Okay, so let's move. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Emerging trends driving innovation. So you have heard of machine learning, fintech, you have heard of blockchain technology and all of that. Let me tell you people, don't be scared. Don't be intimidated by any of those names. See, you see all those things, they exist. Even in our communities, they exist. but you don't have the name that they are giving it. So when they give you that name, you become intimidated. No. No. Before colonialism, was there a name called bank? Okay. But were people saving money? There was bank. But because the word bank now came, structured in a way that it is business, you now think that you cannot. One of the things that I have proposed for the past 10 years, that I've constantly proposed, is that the current national health insurance scheme that we are doing can never succeed in Nigeria. You know why? It is borrowed. It's copy and paste. Your Excellency, now copy paste. When we copy and you paste in academics, it is called plagiarism. You fail. It is the highest and the greatest criminal offense in academia, plagiarism. But you are in and pasting and you think it's not an issue. It is. Natural plagiarism is dealing with you, and that's why you are not making a headway. Look at our villages and our communities. Every market day, somebody will come to this family and collect money, and record it. Next market day, collect again. Then, in turns, people take their own collection. It is my turn next. So they will give you, and people were making huge progress. That is our own indigenous banking system and health insurance scheme. So when we copy that Oyibo health insurance, if we had adapted it into the existing indigenous, culturally acceptable, interculturally expedient and loved by our people, then we will be operating a wonderful scheme that belongs to us. And people, even in developed countries, they will want to copy it. That was why in 2014, when President Goodluck Jonathan set up that 9-member committee, in which I was privileged to be part on Ebola, the Americans had to come here because they said they wanted to know how we were able. Okay, so next slide. So collaboration, I'm not going to emphasize that. Please, collaboration. Learning from failure. Nobody should blame anybody for failure on anything. Nobody. Then normalize experimentation. Let your you see this your graduate that became the best in my agency. He broke two glassware. So she broke two glasswares. When it was reported to me, I did not even call her. I didn't even, why should the DG call somebody who has broken software, a DG that knows what he's doing? I was happy that she broke them. Because I know that those who are not breaking anything in the lab, they are not doing anything. Oh, next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so for us, now let me tell you a quick story. When you talk about tech giants, Apple, Tesla, all of those who have developed smartwatches, iPad, and all those things that we're having to see before the advent of Skype. You know, in our village, Your Excellency, even in this Benin village, there are some old men in our village that if you go to them, they'll carry water, they'll put inside a bucket, they'll call your name. They'll call your name, they want to see you in that water. They'll see your face. Yes. Then you are saying, oh God, instead of us to have developed it, catch this man Lock him. Tell him you are the most intelligent in the world. Speak that your Benin language. Don't do it. Don't do. Tell Doya, let's do it. And today, we don't know how it would have turned up. But look at, the Igbos were busy looking at those people, the way they were doing things. They'll speak to something, speak to something, speak to something. Then they will say, they are juju people. They are they not juju? And we are doing scan. This one now, they will show you this thing. You stay here, and somebody will call you from London. You say, hey, you're on Zoom. Which Zoom is showing you? Our own Zoom was not developed. They developed their own Zoom. I'm serious. Does it look like I'm joking? Okay. Joking. So that's how it is. So now, see, when I became DG, yesterday, I became 2 years as DG. When I became DG, the first thing I did was to visit Oba Rewanu, His Royal Majesty, the Oba of Lagos. I know Your Excellency will know him. You know everybody. So I went to him. I got to him. I told him, Your Majesty, sir, before I start working as DG, I came to pay you courtesy call and to ask you, what is the most significant disease under your reign that you want solution for? He didn't even think twice. He said, sugar disease. He told me sugar disease. So I said, oh, thank you, sir. But there is also a particular plant that your people, they are using to treat that sugar disease. He said, how did you know? I say, I know, sir. I will tell you how I know. But what is the... He says, Abena. Say, all our people are buried. So I told him, I say, Daddy, for every problem in any environment, the solution to that problem is in that environment. So if you don't have the solution, it is because your knowledge is so small that you are unable to understand nature. Nature has provided that challenge and has provided the solution. The solution is in that environment. Don't look for your solution in America. I told the Oba the minimum number of months to conduct a stability testing by ICH method is 6 months. In 7 months, I will bring a product that is standardized for you. That's the product. Next slide. So next time, we went ahead to also, you see, because evidence is the end of arguments. You see, when you see people making noise too much, they don't get evidence. Those who have evidence, but they'll just show you. So if you like, you can continue the noise. So what did we do? We moved further to apply nanotechnology to making a natural product in a nanopharmaceutical dosage form. If you look at this, how do you overcome challenges? The only thing I'd like to say here in overcoming challenges in this our own environment, all faculties, all students, form yourself into groups. I know you are doing well. This university is doing very well. I have evidence. But if you do better, people will not see your brake lights. So that we can all, I want to be part of the people that will say, yes, I went there. And after that, this is the great thing that happened. This is, you see, the person wearing that old coat. This is me. This is me. This was the Minister of Health then, Professor Adewale. That was the Minister of Health then. Then this was the Managing Director of May and Baker. May and Baker, Chief Nnamdi. Chief Nnamdi. Then this is Professor Kunle, Acting DG. This was when I signed up a drug for sickle cell to May and Baker. And that is why the only sickle cell drug product in the world today in the market is from this that you are seeing that happened on June 8, 2018. Next slide. Short-term goals and long-term strategy, let's define them and then we'll be ready to launch ourselves on our roadmap. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so if you look at this slide, I talked about empower inclusive culture. Cultivate an environment where every team member feels responsible for innovation. I'm not sure there's any scientist in Nigeria that has a research team that is larger than mine. Because mine were 41 members, 41. Yes. In fact, when I won my biggest grant, one of the reviewers' comments was that I have never seen this diversity of team members. Because in my team, lawyers, English, anthropology, acupuncturists, religion. As in unthinkable, because you see that your discipline until you sit down with a person of another discipline, you will not know that you don't know anything. You will be thinking that you are not anything. No. But you will only know that you're not anything until you sit with someone in another discipline. Then you will see the complementarity that will occur. And next slide. Okay, so let's conclude. Let me sum up. The future belongs to those who innovate boldly and fully. Embrace innovation. Embracing innovation is not a mere option, but a necessity. Bold, thoughtful innovation drives progress across industries and communities. What is your role? Embrace change. Stop saying that this is the way we have been doing it. This is how we have been doing it. They have brought this VC now. He's bringing this thing. We have not been doing it like this. His Excellency is bringing this thing. He thinks that this is Edo politics. Yes, many people, they will not say it, but because that is what is driving you, you are not participating in the innovation. Foster creativity. Drive progress within your organization or community. Every member of the organization plays a critical part in this transformation, including students. I have an attitude. I do research myself as DG. 7:45 a.m. I'm in the lab. 11:30 a.m. I go to DG's office to sign files. Then by 2 p.m. I return to the lab. And I stay till 9-10 p.m. every day. I work in the lab. So if you ask your student, we tell you, work with them in the lab. See, every member of an organization plays a critical part in the transformation. Every member. So allow everyone to be part of it. You see, when a team partner, a member of your team, says something very stupid, stupid comment, very, very innovative. Am I contradicting myself? You see that foolish statement, that statement that has been made by a team member that is foolish, very innovative. You know why? Because since it has been said, since it has been voiced out, since you have confirmed that it is stupid and foolish, you will not do it again. So you have jumped it. That's why it is innovative. Next slide. Okay, so personal and collective responsibility is required in leading change. See, if you are a faculty in this university, I may be speaking to the wrong audience because one of the things I told the VC when we were coming is they showed me a place where all the staff are living. And I said, even if for that reason alone, those of us who go out a lot to other parts of the world to do research, you know that that is the first thing in a sound functional system. That is the first thing. Where people have to come from Karimo, Karu, I mentioned Abuja where I know, Nyanya, Gwagwalada, they to be on the road to come to Geriki. Sorry. That system is a dysfunctional system. Those people, they don't think well. They are thinking of what to do, how they go this, the place to maneuver if there's a hold up. They are thinking, they are just, the brain is just, So that's why I said, if you are here, therefore, and your approach is that you are working for someone, you haven't started. You can never innovate anything. If you are thinking that you are a staff, a faculty here, but that you are working for someone, you can't be creative. You can't, I challenge you, you can't come up with anything. Anything you come up with is inferior. It cannot go anywhere. Only those who are working for themselves in both soul that create something that is different. Invitation, therefore, let's collaborate and shape a sustainable, innovative future. For an innovative future, there is a need for partnership, collaborative thinking, and shared success. Working together can overcome challenges and ignite breakthrough innovations. Next slide. Okay, so look at these farms. If there was time, I would have asked you a question. Which of these farms do you think is in America, Asia, any of the continents? 1, 2, 3, 4. Mention the continents. Oh, somebody mentioned Africa. Which one do you think is Africa? No time. But all the places I have asked people this question, they were unable to get the one that belongs to Nigeria from the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. And we are proud of it. Next slide. Okay. And so because we are proud of it, and so because we grow our raw materials, and because we do not look for our raw materials, we make our own products ourselves. And when we make our products ourselves, political juggernauts like His Excellency Chief Igbinedion have no option but to visit us. And that is why you see the current Minister of the Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Nnaji, flew all the way from Abuja to us to launch our innovative products. Next slide. So, and we believe that we will not stop there. Having done that, we said we must do what is not being done because we owe it as a duty to our country. With the way we work in our agency, the VC said, what time do we close? VC, what did I tell you? I told him we don't close. Yes, if you
our special guest of honor, the man that retained the passport details. His wife came up there and examined. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Rashid CEO.
Boss. I mean, the boss, the one and only boss. The one and only boss.
Yeah, looking like 40 years old now. Huh?
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Like 30-something years old.
Are you sure?
Very sure. Very sure.
One
You're looking so smart. Looking so
Anytime.
smart.
Anytime, any day.
Huh?
Anytime, any day. Anytime, any day.
Smart and sharp.
I brought this letter from the Anytime, any day. Sorry, Jay.
Oh, no.
I had the whole front.
Let's go. Where you going with that?
I did. I just make a go. This road is because I just carried those to go home straight. Yeah. Yeah, more of this.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Birthday is 25. Birthday 2025. Birthday 2025. The size himself. Well, when Richard Ben greets my little girl, Leah. I don't tell you. Oh, Sazo.
To give you attention. Or...
I pray.
I know that is a
grandfather. You know it. As somebody they talk, I say, okay, they call me grandfather because you know me, Richard, Abi. Because I know you, Richard. I know which is everybody Oh, that's it. All is well. I see area. I won't come again until July. Now July will get this. Incidentally, I like that baby. I don't know about an area, but I already saw fuck up.
Yes, our own is better. Our own reasonable light.
Why we not just
our
is less than 20%.
We used to get light close to 9 hours, sometimes 12 hours.
If we get 3 hours in a day, one day, let me say we hit jackpot.
We don't used to have in the afternoon, but we have
in the night.
In the night, 3 hours. Then in the morning, between 6, sometimes 6 to 9, sometimes 7 to 10, sometimes 8 to 11.
Okay.
In between.
So you can plan your time.
Then in the evening, you also now have from other normal circumstances, if all things being equal, all things being equal, 9 hours, 12 in the night to 3.
That is good enough.
Then the early morning in the morning can have from 6 or latest maybe 7 to 10. Then in the evening, you now have from 4 to 9.
Oh, that is good. You can just plan.
Many times, almost 50%, you maybe when they're supposed to give you night 3, they give you 2 hours, sometimes 1 hour. In the morning, and when they're supposed to give you 3-4 hours, they give you 1 hour or 2 hours. Then in the evening, when they're supposed to give you 3 hours, 4 hours, they give you 2 hours. But in all, reasonably, it is better.
Our honor, this thing. Even the 2-3 hours, when they get a day now, you go call me, low correct. So to pump water, you have to go on the floor. Go set up generator.
No, it's not. In fact, it's the solar all of us should start using our money to.
Yes, solar.
It's the best.
Solar is the best. Yes.
It's the best because you can't
rely on
life without light. No, there's how you lose life.
You see, that's for this public policy analysis, the seminar paper when we write now the electricity. I just before you vote in the challenges, all the ones where they do right from the one ratio within I will not get those are the things I put down for them. And it's impeding development in the country. Seriously, no?
But you want to increase the tariff.
Exactly. You want to, exactly. That was one of the things that I even mentioned. They are thinking of
the light be available. Now, let the light be available.
Yes.
What you advocating? If you say the light per kilowatt now is now 500. No problem.
I bet it.
Don't
Make
cheat
sure
me.
it's
I don't
available.
cheat you. Give me prepaid meter.
Exactly.
I cannot regulate myself.
Exactly.
If the light is available, you say 500 per kilowatt.
Exactly.
You say 300 per kilowatt. No problem. I regulate myself. Where if I want to use light throughout that day, and I am ready to spend 20,000 for that light, it's up to me.
It's up to you.
If I decide to say, oh, it's only 5,000, I want to say it's up to me. If I say it's only 500 that I want to spend that day, it's up to me.
Yes. Now the light will not be there. You want to increase, you will be prepaid. If you do estimated bill, anyhow, you know, you consume, you don't consume, you have light, you don't have light, you must pay. It doesn't make sense. So meanwhile, development is not showing, it's not anywhere.
No.
We get issue for this one.
We get issue. All right, sir. Okay, sir.
The younger generation are moving droves out of the country in Nigeria that are not living. The scientists, the lecturers in the universities, in researchers in research institutes who are not leaving the country, but the research they are doing is for their country. Hey, that's a multiple jackpot problem we have in Nigeria right now. They get grants. They write competitive proposals. They compete with their colleagues all over the world. And I am an example. I'm one of them. Go and Google and see from the Canadian Institute of Health Research, how much dollars we won last month for antimicrobial stewardship. Because when you write those proposals, you win the grant. You won the grant. You are winning based on what the funder published. That when I give you this money, this is what you will do. Which means your loyalty is not to your country. Are you following me?
Yes.
So you collected the foreign money.
I will do.
Nigeria resources. What do that resources? You drink our water here. You apply on our road. You stay in the house that was built by Nigerian money. You collect the air that is Nigerian air. But you the research and send it to Igbo. You are worse than the person who have crossed the border and is, you know why? Because you crossing the border and you are there, body and soul, you are for them. They use you completely. You are a NAFDAC certified slave. So no problem. You can be any money and send them $1,000 to become 1.6 million people, and your people think they are rich. No problem. But that's not who you are. So that's a bigger jackpot. Say whatever reason or justification you have, it's not an issue because there will always be justification. Man must migrate. Simple biology tells you that living things move. Migration is part of movement. The reason you will see an Igala marrying an Igbo man or Benin man is because of migration.
Yes.
Some people in this Igbinedion, this is where they get linked up and they're going to get married. Migration. So it is not the normal migration because you have gone to capacity we are talking about. I have gone to hundreds of countries, tens of countries, and I won't talk much about that. And there are many Nigerians. You can see how many places did your VC say he went to give lecture. Why do you think that if it is money that you are looking for, do you think Chief Igbinedion should be staying in Nigeria?
Oh.
Okay, if he's old compared to you, let me give you an example of yourself. Gen Zs. If you go to internet now, TikTok, people that are your age mates, that are already billionaires, and they are staying in Lagos, they are staying in Abuja, they are staying in Port Harcourt. Why are they not in abroad to make money? So can you see, it is not that you are not given the opportunity to explore.
Digital
It is that you have your eyes closed to the opportunities that's before you because you are looking at the other place that life is better there.
Yeah.
Because you have been indoctrinated by the current media, called the social media, to believing that what is better for you than in your country. That in that country, they give you the opportunity to develop, while in your own country, they don't give you the opportunity to develop. If you hear today that Davido is coming to Okada, Burna Boy is coming to Okada, all those your people, they are coming to Okada. It is still you that will go and line up to hail them.
I mean,
See that they are able to see something in the same country to make you money and make you come out, but you cannot see. Can't you see the problem is you and not the other place? So if you decide to calm down, like you did today, that you decided to calm down and have a wonderful rethinking today, I bet you in the next 3 months, you will be surprised what you would.
that's it.
If people, some people will start coming to look for you. Those Oyibo people. Malala was 18 years when they started. It's not because they just shot her, that pay her around. Though. Thank you.
Yeah. I think we came.
It's called daily object. Dr. Namani had mentioned that they have the intention to produce cellulose. Also showed the problem in the oil palm mills, the artisanal around Okada. I wanted to point out that we have been working in mills for some time now. We've done a lot of impact assessment there. From the waste generated from those waste, we're able to actually produce cellulose, biocompost, and we're still working with them.
I think that's the last review. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols duly observed. My name is level law student, and you spoke about innovation, and there's an aspect about the court system. And as students, what we do is what is being said and art. I'm a law student, and my mind is It's innovation, not just to the court system, but to law, because I picked up a challenge from what you said, and the challenge was how can we innovate not just the courts, the law system, and the justice system generally in Nigeria? Because what you said about judges having to still manually write it is absurd and if not tiring for the judge himself.
Yeah.
And most of these countries, the US, the UK, they use, AI, they use computers to document this. And these manual procedures end up making the court proceedings to drag out than it should. There are so many things a day, and I see that needs to be supposed to be, but we see them. So how then can we now apply this innovation justice system in Nigeria? Thank you.
So that is where the innovation comes, because it goes back to you.
Yeah.
Your own faculty, as faculty of law, you will have to come up with a solution to a challenge. You have identified challenge. What is the solution? We don't have.
Mm-hmm.
How do we get a solution? The faculty has to develop it. So
Yeah.
it can be project to students.